Alright. We are back at it again. So I just want to play some goddamn SimCity. I missed out on so much from being sick. So let's go ahead and resume Save City 2003. Jeff. Yeah, so this is gonna happen. Everything is fudged. Alright, but actually that wasn't so bad. So maybe that's only if you're a super advanced gamer that the initial load loss of power actually like fucks you over. Ooh. So it didn't really affect our tops all that much, so, or really at all. So that's good. And regardless, we did it early in the year that even if it did affect a bunch of shit, we would hopefully recover by the end of the year to make that tax revenue. Definitely made a big mistake over here. But oh well. Oh well. There is a way I could have done this by putting this dude in here and then having 2 rail. That would have actually fixed it. It'd be like a pseudo donut, I guess. But that has other issues. Let's double check to make sure we're on maximum speed. We are. Let's see what our... Oh, God. Come on, Industry Island. You're better than this. Look at this. Incredible. Although the population doesn't really have much to show for it. This is not good. But our expenses, I think, are only $550-ish. This is fake shit. Oh, 662. Okay, that's not good. Fire fund. 562, much better. So it doesn't remember your funding levels when you save, at least not for the next year. Alright, so we got 1317 to fudge with. I think maybe I build that out, and then build out Industry Isle. And wait another year. And I hope we get more tax revenue. And sooner rather than later, we're gonna have to get the airport going. Alright, 52, I'm digging it. Hey, what up, Ageless? Yeah, I wanted to keep playing. But I didn't want to do a stream later at night, because I really should go to bed early, so I was like, fuck it. The early mayor gets the 600,000 worms. And of course, you know, I'm a skeezy, scummy politician, so my citizens are just worms at the end of the day, right? I gotta roleplay my role. I don't think we're gonna hit 600k population, but we'll see. Look at this shit, man. Amazing. Yeah, I hope you're doing well, Ageless. Hope everybody's having a lazy Sunday. Actually, you're doing really well, Ageless, because you said you're off tomorrow. Lucky bastard. President's Day. Fire departments need funding. It might be smarter to build out one of these ways so that I can tell more easily which is having brownouts when that happens again. Just got back from the grocery store, felt like you needed to wash your hands. Probably do, right? Everybody's always like touching shit. Let me touch this and fondle it, but no, I don't want it. I'll put it back. Yeah. Yeah, kids are really bad about that too. I know, because I was a kid. That's why usually if it's not like a big deal, I'll just take the thing behind the first thing, or sometimes two behind, you know? Not always, but sometimes. Always give kids a pass. Yeah, that's the parents' fault a lot of the time, right? Well, I don't think we're gonna hit 600K population in the next 21 years. 10% of the time, it's 100% of the time with ageless. You're really good at making that typo. It's never happened before. Yeah, maybe. What the fuck? My population went big time down, and now I'm sad as fuck. We're gonna get less taxes. $300 less taxes. That sucks, dude. Yeah, I might as well just let it sit. Had to replace your arrow bumpers? You mean the arrow keys? What's a bumper? When I hear bumper, I just think of, you know, an Xbox controller. What the fuck is this? Oh, the little piece that sits under the key. What, the membrane? Yeah, I guess it depends on... Depends on your, you know, there's like membrane, there's scissor switches. Some switches have stabilizers, but arrow keys usually don't. Unless there's some weird shape. Yeah, what'd you replace it with? Or you call the company and they sent you a replacement? What the fuck? Oh, you pulled ones off your old laptop? Alright, fair enough. What the fudge? Jeff sees a hospital and starts freaking out. Not on my watch. I was watching more baseball bullshit, and apparently there was a baseball game in 1985 that didn't end until like 4 in the morning. And it was on the 4th of July, but July 5th was a Friday. So the people that were organizing the event, they said, we'll shoot the fireworks off when the game's over. But the game didn't end until 4 a.m., so they're shooting off fireworks. People gotta wake up to go to work. Next thing you'll know, they want police departments. They do. They have one police department. Let me guess, you need more? Pollution warning. Oh, nuts. ...2006, you missed a lot last night? Not really. It's kind of funny, if you looked at a time lapse of the population, you know, as we're playing this game, it doesn't really increase all that dramatically. It's not really going up, up, up like you might want, like I might want. It's a very slow build, to say the least. I gotta fix this, but not now. Everything is a slow build in SimCity land. Eventually this shit has to start popping off. Dude, we built a stadium a bajillion years ago. It's over here. You want to swim? You say era. This game doesn't have eras. What the fuck are they doing? Where'd they all go? Yeah, the year's arbitrary. It's not like the game changes as you keep playing. Like, it changes as your population increases. It'll change the music, and it'll change what the mayor's house looks like. Yeah, you should see the speedrunners of this game, because they just used the speed up feature. And, you know, they'll be playing in the year like 4,000, 5,000, whatever. probably because crime is so shitty, to be honest. But I'm not really worrying about that until we build out more. I can build one more commercial. Yeah, I don't want to build more police stations because one, I don't know how the city center is going to naturally develop, and two, it's going to cost me a lot of money to do that, so I'm going to wait until later. Funny thing is that industry is not affected by crime at all. Drug addicts are still great at manual labor. Yeah, they get that power boost. They get that power boost. Meth power up acquired exhaustion now at 0. Dude, I watch a lot of body cam footage, and it really do be like that sometimes. Like, holy fuck, dude. $632 dues. That's not good. That's what it does. Makes you feel like you don't need to rest or sleep or anything to a degree, obviously. Yeah. You know, without increasing my maintenance cost, I could just build 2 on each end of these. that I put down. For earlier. Oh, the heartache I'm gonna feel if this shit doesn't work. Right, because like I'm building, and like you can notice like I'm at 50K, right? I'm not really like getting anywhere at the moment. You know, we haven't dipped as low as we did towards the beginning, but the thing is once we build out these rows, building this is a lot faster because there's just less land. It's kind of deceptive. Yeah, they are. They'll fill out. Let them cook. Let them cook. They'll fill out. They'll fill out, and then everybody will move out of town for some reason, and then they'll come back. They'll come crying back. Yeah, they fluctuate. They fluctuate, but they'll start building out more and more. The trick to 600K population is pretty much always that you need more industry than you need anything else. I see you're all back again. Let me guess, they wanted taxes in the other city too? Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it do be like that. Dude, I'm so fucking pumped. I think half of the next, like, 8 games on SNES, although we might not get to them because of the 3D Odyssey. We might not get to them right away, but, like, half of the games coming up are fucking baseball games. I'm so fucking hyped. And you can do, like, 130 game season mode, 165 game season mode. One of them has 3 different leagues. Well, actually 4 different leagues. I already have an amazing idea. For Super Baseball Simulator 1000. Which is, I'll do I'm just gonna say fuck it and do like each league, and then like the winner of that league is gonna be in the 4th final league. So it's like we get 3 winners from the other leagues, and then I'll make like a Jeff team, and then I'll make like a viewer made team, because you can make your own teams in that game. That's kind of the whole point of the game. There's all these wacky powers and goofy teams that you can make. See, look at this shit. Everybody's fucking leaving for no reason. Fucking assholes. But yeah, I'll just play like fucking like 600 games of baseball. That'd be fun. Yeah, so that's why I'm trying to like get so deep into the culture of baseball. Woohoo! See, so I can build all that without increasing my taxes. 2011 already. But anyways, when we do play those baseball games, you know, probably like half the week will be baseball, half the week will be whatever other game. Oh fuck, brownouts. Okay, so that has to mean that we're getting brownouts down here. So now I gotta wait to get another power plant. Just gotta wait like 4 or 5 years to build a power plant. But yeah, I just like the idea of getting really deep into every game that I play. Sorry about the stream yesterday. Yeah, Choops, you've really done it this time, you know. Your dastardly fake CRT tricks. You're gonna lose fans. That did look really convincing though, with the Luma filter. Blim, 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 blim. See that money roll in, probably only gonna make like 400 bucks. All right. Well, this sucks. Literally can't do anything. Literally can't do anything for like 4 or 5 years. Ugh. But once we get this power plant, shit is gonna pop off. And before somebody comes in here and says, Jeff, why don't you use nuclear power? I'll be like, you never played this game on hard mode, have you? Oh my god, dude. 37. This is a bad year. This is a really bad year. This is just Populous in the future. What up, Super Game Station? 37? Your girlfriend sucked 37 dicks? In a row? That movie is too funny. Alright, at least we're recovering a little bit before the end of the year. Brownouts, build another power plant. 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 Very nice. We recovered all the way up to 51k at the end of the year. Sister City affiliation! Windmill has been sent from Amsterdam in remembrance of our Sister City affiliation. Let's set it up so that everybody in the city can enjoy their generosity. Let's go! That's Pog! I'm not gonna put it down yet, though. Because I don't think that it gives... I don't think that it improves land value. But I don't know, fuck it. I should put it down. I should put it down. I'll just put it down here, I guess. So I don't know if it generates revenue, because if it... I don't think it does, but if it does, then that would be awesome. Also, look at that, we have exactly 1,600 schmackums. We have like 4 more years to go of just sitting around twiddling our thumbs doing nothing. $5.7. See, they're very fickle, right? We dropped all the way down to what, 37, and now we're up to 57. Fickle brats. This is good though. So we'll be bringing in more money as long as it stays around this point. I wish I could just tell them, I don't care about pollution and I don't care about crime. Is Neverwinter on tonight? I thought it wasn't, but somehow the event is every Sunday. I thought I set it to every other Sunday. I don't really feel like playing tonight, to be honest. You'll prep for SMT then? Yeah, that sounds good. Why Blademore, what's up? Yeah, we're doing the SNES Quest Jeffertainment system. So, playing through all of the SNES and Super Famicom games, as long as there's a fan translation or it's otherwise English friendly. In release order. So we got 11 games down, we're on the SimCity. DOS version was one you got into, gotcha. Yeah, I played this before, not too long ago actually. It was a viewer pick from Ageless RPG. And I had a lot of fun with it, but now we're doing it again for a different reason. Trying to get 600k population on hard mode, which is a very slow process. Yeah, that definitely increased land value. Yeah, we're waiting to get 3,000 smack'ems so that I can buy another power plant down here. But we are playing in hard. Let's see what the Citizen's Voice has to say. Oh wow, they actually they changed their tune. 42% say I'm doing a good job. SMT is 89 on the list. Yeah, it's not too far off, but it's also like, that's a really long time from now, right? But it could be so much worse. Yeah, I'm looking forward to playing SMT. $75 games ago. Yeah, well, we're gonna get derailed with the 3D Odyssey. If people could keep contributing to that. I would hope so. I would hope so. This is a bad year. Bad year, bad year. Fuck that. How old do you think I'm gonna be when I even get to that point? 70 years old? Only 706 taxes collected. Oh, that windmill is generating income, so that's good. Oh yeah, they always do. They always complain, we need more roads, but roads in this game are basically worthless. I should probably be using roads instead of rail for Industry Isle, but I don't remember if rail is like more expensive to maintain. I think it's less expensive, but I could be wrong. Hey, Gnose, yeah, I felt like starting early because I should go to sleep early today, but I wanted to catch up on some gaming since I've been sick lately. Yeah, well, pollution doesn't matter around Industry. Brownouts, build another power plant. Brownouts, build another power plant. Brownouts, build another power plant. Crime warning. It's like the only shit that they complain about. The shitty part is, I think as soon as I finish Industry Island, or not finish it, but put another power plant here, they're gonna complain about brownouts on the other side. You appreciate it? Your area is 6 hours ahead of mine? Yeah, probably. To be realistic, they should force players to construct train stations for rails. Yeah, I mean, this game's not trying to be like that realistic. I think this game would be a lot less beloved if it was more realistic. Started life as a map editor for another game? Really? I did not know that. I got a Vespine gas, yeah. City expenditures of 644. Let's save. Ding. Just in case we can't afford anything. More roads required. There they go. Right, we should get enough. Yeah, you get a special building if you build enough rail. Anyways, no hints. I played the game before, but no hints or reminders about this shit. But yeah, if you build enough rail, then you get a train junction or whatever the fuck it's called. I don't even know what it really does, but it probably mildly increases land value or something. I don't think that one gives you bonus revenue. But yeah, no hints about the mechanics or how to play the game or anything. Look at this fucking shit. Everybody skip town. Yeah, no idea if it provides any bonus. They usually do. They usually increase land value. There's a guy on YouTube who has like multi-hour long videos that's just talking about everything about this game, and he goes into such great depth, and he can get like a 900,000 population, which is nuts. So like he'll have just like top, like everywhere are tops. Top. Like he'll have very few highs. It's really impressive, but also these people that play the game like that, they play it on emulator, so they can speed it up. Because otherwise, to get to that level takes so much time. No, I'm not done with the scenarios, but it's the weekend. It's the weekend, so I wanted to do something that would take longer. And this is certainly going to be the longest part of this. But eventually, very nice. Oh, raid on Bungling Bay. Yeah, forgot about that. So I think my current plan is then to build this out downwards so that we can take advantage of the increased land value from the windmill. Honestly, I had more fun building a city than raiding Bungling Bay. Raiding Bungling Bay, that's funny. Yeah, I never played Bungling Bay. But I know it's a very important game historically, right? Fucking hospital. Unbelievable. wasn't an alright game, mostly a footnote in gaming history now. If SimCity didn't come along, most people would have forgotten it. No, I have no experience with it, so... Kohi, thank you for being first. Azeless, thanks for contributing to the Start the 3D Odyssey challenge. Yeah, if you guys don't meet that by the end of the month, then I'll keep playing SNES games and we do it again. Well, Desert Strike is on Super Nintendo as well. I've beaten Desert Strike on Super Nintendo, not as part of the SNES Quest, but I have beaten Desert Strike. I did take out this psychotic madman, or whatever they call the Saddam stand-in. That game was pretty fun, but it was also very challenging. There's a port for that game on Game Boy as well, which is really funny. Yeah, I forget how many Strike games there are. There's like, obviously Desert Strike, Jungle Strike. Is it Nuclear Strike? I can't remember. There's a bunch of those Strike games. Alright, thank God none of this shit turned into hospitals or schools. Alright, we're popping off. Yeah, if I could get up to 100k population by the end of the stream, that would be fantastic. Honestly, once I hit that point, then it's gonna, you know, it just keeps getting easier and easier and easier to build. Yeah, but it's gonna suck huge ass when commercial starts demanding a airport, because that will be very expensive. City expenditure 666. That's very funny. Too satanic. Meat mecha needs fuel. Shame you can't conjure food out of thin air. Meat mecha. Commerce requires an airport. These fucks. These fucks. Alright. Well, I guess that's all the building that we're gonna get done for the next couple of years. Why are you streaming so early? Because I want to go to sleep early. Whatever. Also, yeah, we're at the point of the game now where the citizens demand, or commerce demands, an airport. Could you imagine if I build this fucking airport and then the helicopter crashes into the airplane, like, right here? That would be so disastrous. Yeah, that would suck. Although it's Bowser in the SNES version, right? Well, that's why we're not building nuclear power plants, because it's on hard mode. So if you build nuclear power plants on hard mode, they have the chance to just explode, and if they explode, it's basic, you know, that's it. It's impossible to win with 600,000 population. Also, we're probably looking for his go-kart. Yeah, keep some blue shells on handy. Honestly, I don't even think that, like, of the disasters, which ones are the worst? Like, the worst is nuclear power plant explosion, because I don't think that that shit ever recovers. The kaiju monster doesn't really matter most of the time. Like, sometimes it could be really bad. But a lot of times, you know, he just walks in whatever direction and doesn't really do much. Tornadoes, whatever. Yeah, I mean, they all do, that's the thing. The plane crash is probably the easiest to deal with, because at most, you just have to blow up, like, you know, little 9 square. Quakes kind of suck. Yeah, I guess quakes take over a large portion. Well, you could keep the kaiju. Hey, look at that, we're at 70,000, that's pretty good. But we gotta wait to get the airport. I think this shit costs like 10,000 bucks. Which sucks. Yeah, additional pylons indeed. Now, I do know the trick with the airport where you can light the airport on fire and it will not completely burn, so you'll be left with a one by one airport. But I'm not gonna do that trick because that's a little too much. It's a little too much cheating for me. So I'm not gonna do that. But we might get into a really shitty predicament where I'll be compelled to do that. So we'll see. Yeah, it's 2020. The hidden COVID alert. Yeah, I mean, that guy was masked, right? It's our decade. Indeed. Most of the builds in this game don't make huge profits, but you keep the citizens happy. Yeah, I don't really care about fixing crime until later. They're never happy about taxes or traffic, even if there is no traffic. Let's see just how much the pollution is spreading out. My God. It's funny that the stadium doesn't produce any pollution. It'd be cool if somebody could make a game where they take a SimCity map, make it an open sandbox game out of it, kind of like SimCopter, but more like Skyrim or Cyberpunk. Let's look at that crime. That's because I only have one police station. Let me guess, you need more? Yeah, I can't remember if an airport is 10,000 or 15,000, but regardless, we can't do shit for multiple years in a row. Game is a lot of hurry up and wait. Yeah, it is. But it's chill. I kind of wish you could be stuck on the other music, like the village music. We're also getting fucked over with the population. Like, if it just stayed at 70K, that would be awesome. Amusingly, you work for a city. I'm sure the job is not as fun as this game. As I sit here and do nothing for like 30 minutes. Jeff City's case Grand Theft Auto. Yeah, for real. There he is. See, he has a mask on though, so you know he's being, well, actually, he's not covering his nose. What was he thinking? He's gonna spread the vid everywhere. Boom, 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 boom. You prefer Saints Row, the third specifically? Heard good things about Saints Row. I think the third might be the only one that I've played. Not too much of it, but some of it. Saw someone wear a mask the other day where they only covered like half their mouth. Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, as a true red-blooded American patriot, when I see people wearing masks, even now, I don't know, I just feel a little distrusting of that person. If I'm being honest. And yeah, they do it, like when it's not, like, on properly, or like their nose it's like, what are you even doing? Like, why even bother doing that? Unless the person's Asian, then, you know, I feel like that is, more to their culture. I know, like, 2 Asian grandmas that, well, I don't know them, but I see them biking around all the time. And they're always, masked up. And I think to myself, man, that has to suck. Because, I don't know, I find it hard to breathe with one of those things on, so I can't imagine exercising. But they go exercising like every day. Most of your job involves working with the police department? Gotcha. Lily gets depressed when she hears about Saints Row. That series fell off badly. Did it? $36.67. Fourth game just didn't appeal to you as much as the third. Which one's the one where you're the president? Is that the fourth one? The fourth is where he became president. And what's the name of that main character in it? What's his name? Johnny? Johnny something? Then you get kidnapped by aliens. Johnny Gat. What a character. What a character, that Johnny Gat. Getting the Gatmobile with the cigarette as a flamethrower was fun. What? Does that just have his face, like, on the front of the car? The third was just the right amount of absurdity. Yeah, I feel like that era was a good time for games of that ilk. Third... Well, I didn't like the third as much as 1 and 2, but 3 still had at least some grounding in reality and focus on crime organizations and teams like the previous. Fourth was kind of a mix of schizophrenic trying to be the Matrix, superhero game, Saints Row all at the same time. Oh yeah, that's right, there were superpowers and shit! The king of the Koopas has invaded our city. While looking for Mario and Luigi, Bowser is destroying everything in sight. Contain the fires he has set and repair the damage before he decides to return for a second stroll through downtown. Shit! Oh, fuck, dude. What an asshole. What if I blow this shit up before he even walks through it? Oh, fuck. No! Fuck! Fuck! Oh my god, he's blowing up our special stuff. Oh my god, what a fucking asshole. Fuck. Oh my gosh. You can't keep getting away with it. Tax rate. What the fuck? Get out of here, you fucking ass. Fucking dickhead. Holy shit. What the fuck? Yeah, that was cool. Well, he blew up one of our special things, so I guess I don't get that back, so that sucks. Oh, fuck. I gotta isolate all these fires. Pollution warning. Yeah, I don't think that's the most problematic thing that just happened. I don't need a new power plant for a while. Yeah, that's true. Little victories, after all. Alright, so if you think about it, we've only had 3 disasters happen in 124 years. So that's not too bad. And 2 of those disasters were floods, which didn't really do anything. Shame you can't file insurance claims on that. Yeah. Alright, well now I can reconnect the rail. I'm probably gonna say fuck it and rebuild this shit, because I need to get back my population, right? So I can get taxes. But yeah, I knew what I was signing up for when I did this. So it might be that we can't get it done on hard, but we're gonna try. Alright, we've done it. Bum, 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 bum. So many of these are probably going to become schools or hospitals, which would suck. Okay, good. Jesus Christ. That wasn't really that bad, honestly. We did lose that one thing. Screw education and healthcare in this game for sure. I mean, you could get killed by a fucking kaiju Bowser anyways, so, you know. That was pretty fucking funny, though. See? It's building back. It's building back. It's filling in. A lot of hospitals we gotta get rid of. Still say this game is meant to be played with a mouse? I don't know, man. It plays just fine on a controller. I think I would actually play this game slower with a mouse. Also, the DOS version doesn't have this sweet-ass music. $35,000. This sucks. Yeah, look at that. Oh my god. So it took out, whatever it was, the water fountain or something. So we were making a bonus 100 special income from that, but now we don't have it anymore. And I can't rebuild it. That fucking sucks. That fucking sucks. Oh well, that's the way the cookie crumbles. PC got the better SimCity game, aka SimCity 2000. I have SimCity 2000 on the SNES. And by I have it, I mean obviously I have the ROM to play on the FX Pack Pro, but obviously that version sucks. I know it sucks. But when we play it, I'm not gonna pretend like it sucks. I'm gonna pretend like it's cool and fun. What the hell is a reticulated spine? Reticulated. Spline. What's that? It ain't got no Bowser, I'll tell you that. It's a loading message on the PC version of SimCity 2000 and beyond. Gotcha. Articulating splines. That's funny. Is that just a made-up word, or that's like a real thing? Look at this shit. Tisk tisk tisk. As a sentence, it's kind of gibberish. Closest thing would be something like calculating geometries. Well, we definitely got our geometries calculated just now. I don't know, if hard mode is gonna be like this, then it might be that our goal is just to get 500,000, because I can get 500,000 no problem. But if fucking Bowser is gonna show up and get rid of our land improving tiles, then that sucks. Fucking Bowser. I like how they gave up on an airport. Yeah, yowzer indeed. Look at this shit. This is not good. Although our population is just extremely depressed. 33,000. So it's gotta start pumping. Yeah, he wrecked my budget, but the budget doesn't really matter, right? We pulled like four grand or whatever. It's not the budget that's the problem, it's the population base that drastically... I mean, this is like less than half of what we were topping off at, 70k. This shit sucks. Just take antidepressants, like, duh. Yeah, I don't want to get too deep into that conversation, but I am always shocked to hear of how many people are on SSRIs and shit, and if it works for you, that's great. Or like the amount of people that like go to therapy and stuff, and if it works for you, that's great. I just couldn't imagine doing either for myself. My greatest antidepressant is just sitting here getting blasted in the face with CRT radiation. Which I know it's like a redonkulously small amount and doesn't matter, but it's funny to make the joke. Yep, I got a CRT right here. And we're playing on composite video, that's why the video looks like shit for you guys. Well, that's not related to you all, that's just because the signal is composite. Yeah, I can really fuck it up for you all. I love composite. Yeah, me too. Buy your current CRT from a thrift store for $5. Nice. Yeah, I'm using a Sylvania 13-inch, just consumer grade CRT. I don't have anything fancy. Alright, it's starting to build up. We're getting back to our former glory. Yours is a 20-inch Trinitron? Yeah, well, it doesn't get much better than that. Also have a 17-inch PVM. Well, then it really doesn't get much better than that. I've thought about getting some of those higher end sets, but I feel like the image is too sharp. And for me, it almost defeats the purpose, right? Because if you're gonna get something like that, especially a PVM, then you're gonna want to do RGB, you know? But like, I want my image to look fuzzy and shitty and have dot crawl or whatever the fuck. Because that's just how I remember these games. There's a mild debate on authenticity of using super sharp displays for 8 and 16-bit consoles. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it all just comes down to preference, you know? It is objectively better to use RGB. If it's on a CRT, it's authentic. It is objectively better to use RGB, but subjectively, I like composite a lot. Because that's just what it is to me. That's what retro gaming is composite for me. I've used RF before as well. Yeah, the color blending of composite was definitely a known commodity for a lot of the pixel art. Especially with, you know, games that use a lot of dithering. Yep. Yeah, the Genesis is super well known for that. Streets of Rage is a great example. Or I guess it's Streets of Rage 2, right? That's the one that has the bar. Yeah, the waterfalls in Sonic, that's another famous example. But anyways, what you all are seeing is composite video into a RetroTink 5X at 720p. It's not, and then I kind of like squish it down into the stream, so it's not like 1-to-1 either. It should be 4-to-3, and then I kind of like stretch it, so I don't know. It's not perfect. But if you ain't playing SimCity at an outside drive-through theater, are you even gaming? You know, I used to work at a movie theater, and very, very rarely, you know, somebody might use the projector to set up some gaming. But, of course, it would be laggy as shit, so it's not even really that fun. What the fuck, dude? Stop building schools. Cease. Cease building these schools. Remember a neighbor of yours would use a projector to play a WWE game? Dude, the state of wrestling video games is pretty fucked up. Like, I've been seeing a lot of people complain about the new WWE 2K 26 or whatever. Like, what the hell? Wouldn't mind using a modern laser projector and a giant wall. It's a gaming monitor for slower paced game like SimCity. Yeah, the lag wouldn't matter, really. You'd tame all the children, you would watch them all. But yeah, it seems like every, like, sporting event thing or entertainment thing, like, everything is just too expensive for what it is. And it's almost like, why even bother? Because there's so much old shit to enjoy. You know? Like, part of this SNES quest, like I've been talking about, like, I want to really, like, really want to, like, dive in deep to, like, every game. So, like, when I'm playing baseball games, like, which is basically coming up, right? So, unless we switch to the 3D Odyssey. And then I think the first sports game on the 3D Odyssey, I think, is John Madden Football. So then I would dive deep into football culture, you know? But, like, when I play the wrestling games, you know, I want to be, like, deep in the lore of the wrestling game. So I've been sort of watching, you know, old wrestling videos from the 80s, 90s, and early 2000s. And I was never big into it as a kid, but, you know, you couldn't help but, like, be swept up in Hulkamania or, like, you know, what is it called? The Attitude Era of the early 2000s from time to time. But it's so fascinating to look at that shit. And then you look at, like, the new shit. I don't know, it's just boring. It's what happened when you give one single publisher an entire monopoly over a certain sports license. They can make the games without care of quality and can charge $70. People who are fans of the property will be forced to buy it anyways. So there's no other option now. Yeah, it's sad, right? But I feel like even 20 years ago, there was still a lot of variety in the sports games, which I never really got into all that often, but you know. Alright, remember, we're trying to build a fucking airport. Trying to build a fucking airport. Let's see how long it takes. Boing, boing, boing. I guess they're not asking for an airport anymore, so I wonder if I should bother trying to build one. $2004 for football, you had Madden 05. Yeah, and that was back when Maddens were still good, right? NFL 2K5, NFL Game Day 2005, etc. Like, yeah, like you have a lot of choices. What is going on with my fucking population? And after that, EA got exclusive NFL license. No one else could make NFL games. What is going on with my population? What the fuck? Alright, well, they're not asking for an airport anymore, so I'm gonna try to build this out a little bit so that we can take advantage of the increased land value. This is fucked up. Man, you get invaded by one giant kaiju monster and then everybody skips town, huh? What's up with that? Downgrading quality from Madden 05 to 06 just proves that EA was mad that they actually had to try and make a good game in order to win the competition between the different yearly NFL releases. Well, wasn't, I mean, Sega Sports, weren't Sega, like, they made some of the best sports games back in the day, right? And then, you know, once the Dreamcast was dead, like, that was kind of it, right? I forget what their sporty ball games were called back in the Dreamcast era, but I remember a lot of people saying really good things about the Sega Sports games. Every time you visit retro game stores, you see piles of sports games that couldn't sell. Yeah, but you have to ask yourself, I mean, you're talking about seeing piles of sports games today. Like, the reason why there are piles of sports games today is because they sold like hotcakes. Yeah, exactly what Lily said. Like, they made so many copies because that shit sold like crazy. Like, if you look at the highest selling games in America for any console, you're going to see some sports games. Maybe not in the top 5, but definitely definitely there's going to be at least one in the top 10, and there's going to be, you know, maybe a handful in the top 20. And usually, what the fuck? Dude, I just destroyed that. It's a hospital again. But, you know, a lot of the times it is going to be like the arcade ones, like NBA Jam, you know, Tecmo Bowl. I don't actually know how many Tecmo Bowls sold, but, you know, and in Japan, you know, you cannot escape baseball in Japan. So, like, the Famicom just has so many baseball games. Also, different culture going on. Usually people that exclusively play sports games, which is a lot of people, believe it or not. They'll usually sell the previous year's release so they can have extra money to buy the new release. Yeah, because you want the most up-to-date roster, right? And so, I think that's what ends up happening is that, you know, the retro gaming community as it exists today typically does not give a shit about sports games, and the people that did give a shit about the sports games, they're not going to keep around the old sports games because, you know, the rosters are out of date and shit. But there is still you know, entire subcultures that, you know, will update, for example, Super Tecmo Bowl every single year with updated rosters and teams, or like make a NCAA version. You don't think you ever bought a sports game? I mean, I was never that big into sports, but you know, I still played NBA Jam and shit like that as a kid. You have Super Baseball Simulator 2000? Hell yeah. Esports scene for sports games is nuts, in the sense that the players are the biggest fucking losers. Is that so? Crybabies? I mean, that's just all sports, right? You gotta cry a little bit if you're playing sports, right? Also had Pro Wrestling on the NES. That game sucks, but it sucks in a fun way. And NES Ice Hockey, that game is sick. I like NES Ice Hockey. Yeah, Lily, that's a really sad event. That's a really tragic event. Very tragic. That guy is the ultimate loser. Just a fucking evil piece of shit. Remember in NES Ice Hockey, if you hit the puck with enough force against the wall in the right angle, place would just bounce around the arena forever. I think there's a cheat code too that like decreases friction or something, and then it will just go around everywhere. But I could be wrong. It's been a while since I played ice hockey on the NES. But yeah, I don't, you know, when I'm playing these games, you know, I don't want to be negative and be like, oh, this game sucks or whatever. Like I want to engross myself in the culture, whatever it is, you know, fishing game, a golf game, like playing through Hal's Hole-in-One Golf. That was exciting. That was exciting to me. And getting this is rough. This is so fucking rough. Holy crap. I mean, they're not asking for an airport anymore, so... These bastards with their fucking hospitals. Have they not learned their lesson? I don't know. Do. But yeah, playing Hal's Hole-in-One Golf. You know, I could have cheapened out on the experience and not gone all the way with that game. And I guess I didn't go all the way with that game because I never got a hole-in-one. I did get a couple of eagles. think that event honestly messed with you because like anytime you enter some kind of local gaming tournament, you get paired up with a sore loser player. You always have a note in your head like, better watch what you say. This motherfucker might pull a Glock on you. Like, you know, there's a low chance of happening, but also it'd be a Yu-Gi-Oh tournament, so you never know. A Yu-Gi-Oh tournament. Yeah, I mean, hopefully, you know, it's sad that you have to worry about something like that, right? ActRaiser on the SNES was fun. I was very disappointed in ActRaiser. I'm not saying that ActRaiser is bad, but I was incredibly disappointed with how short ActRaiser was. And I was also very disappointed with how easy ActRaiser was, because basically it only took me like 6 hours to beat the game first try, with like no prior experience. But the Japanese version is supposedly harder. So I have the Japanese version listed as a SNES Quest extra to go and play the Japanese version. Yeah, I was surprised. The music is done by Yuzo Koshiro. And some of the enemy design was by his sister, which was also shocking to me. I was like, what? I actually didn't believe that when someone in the chat mentioned that, so I was like, no way. And then I looked it up, I was like, oh, okay. I just wouldn't have expected that. Yuzo Koshiro is like, he's all over the place, you know? So Magic the Gathering player that brings his gun to your local game store and he just casually open carries it during Magic the Gathering matches. I mean, that's his Second Amendment rights, right? As long as he's not brandishing it or anything. But yeah, that could definitely bring the vibe down. Sister frequently collaborated with him. I think she also helped him with Beyond Oasis. Beyond Oasis was an absolutely incredible game. I played through that fairly recently. Like, that game really shocked me in how it functions and, like, you know, it's a 2D game, but it feels very three-dimensional in the way that you, like, interact with stuff and how, like, your attacks can go, like, high. Not necessarily low. Well, I guess you do have low attacks. Fortunate enough to acquire a copy of Legend Oasis for your Saturn. Yeah, I haven't played that, but I'm definitely interested. Seems chill and everyone else feels safe around them, it seems, so it's cool. It's just funny, because it's Magic the Gathering. And he's probably the type of person that just open carries everywhere. But maybe it is a good reason to bring a gun for self-defense. Yeah, I mean, you know, I don't know this person, so it could be that person is just as worried about some event going down like that, and it's deterrent, you know? Literally, what the fuck is happening with our population? Hello? 29,000. Like, what is going on? Everybody's just leaving town. Fucking assholes. Bum, ba-da-dum, bum, ba-da-da-dum. I gotta start strong-arming these people. You will live in Jefftown. I can't do that because then I'm not gonna bring in money anyways. It really doesn't have that much of an effect. Usually, once I get to a certain population level, then I'll drop it to like 5%. Yeah, see, there's a lot of places for people to move in. So me building more shit isn't gonna necessarily help. I need to get that fucking airport, is what I need. That Bowser really fucked us. That bastard Bowser. I wonder if you play on normal mode, I wonder if you can still get affected by natural disasters. Yeah, he really fucked us. But then again, the fluctuation, I mean, sometimes you just have really bad years. Let's see what Homeboy has to say. Pollution, man, fuck off. I don't. Pollution warning. Pollution. Jeff doesn't need to hear this right now. He's a perfectly trained professional. I think the biggest reason why that Bowser hurt us so badly is that it destroyed that fountain or whatever, which was giving us $100 every year, and now we don't have that. So we've missed out on like 1,000 smack'ems now, since it's been like 10 years post Bowser. Yes, I mean, look at this shit. This sucks. This sucks. What a day. So we're only making like 300 smack'ems. So I think my plan now is to just keep building out because it's not complaining about the airport anymore. Six, 666. I should have been building along this side because it doesn't require me to build any more rail. Oh, look at this shit, 34,000 population. Come on, you guys. Come on. See, the RCI is such BS. It's like, we need a little more industry. It's like, no, you guys need to fill out the industry. Fucking hospitals. Double hospitals? I'm so pissed. Oh yeah, thinking to the future about other sporty ball games. Soccer. Soccer's gonna be a tough one because there's games where they use national teams, and then there might be games where they use like real football clubs or stand-ins for real football clubs if they couldn't get the license. So if the USA is pickable, then I think I just picked the USA, even though they'll probably suck huge ass. But if the USA is not pickable, then I'm like, who do I pick? I would probably pick Brazil, to be honest. $7.45. So I could literally only fix that. But as far as the actual football clubs go, I don't even really know that many. Like, obviously, Manchester United, like, I know that. What's that other one, like, Paris Saint-Germain or whatever? I know that. grab another drink. Gonna go grab another drink. I hope Bowser doesn't destroy a fourth of my city again. $32,000. Jesus Christ. This is outrageous. I think it's actually not building because we need that airport, but like, I'm fucked at this point. Here we go again with these damn hospitals. So that's the only thing I can fix. I gotta hope that the population starts cranking back up. Do-do-doom. Doom-doom-doom-doom. Alright, it's cranking. It's cranking. It's cranking! So I think my plan is to build 2 more commercial, 3 more resis. Oh my fucking god. Destroy this thing again. And then I finally go for that airport. Like, we're so fucked. I do wonder if there's an advanced technique where you force a disaster and maybe it like resets whatever the logic is that the game uses to send disasters your way. That would be very interesting. Because then you could just force plane crashes when the plane is like over the water and it doesn't matter. But I'm not gonna do that. But I do think it would be interesting. I'm not gonna do a girl. Alright, at least we're gonna end the year with like 50K. Ooh. Do, 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 do. Boing, boing, boing. Finally. All right, I'm gonna go risky style. I'm gonna go risky style. Oh shit, I gotta connect it. You know, okay, good. I was curious if you could build... I know you could build power lines over rail, but I didn't know if you could build rail over power lines, but that's good that you can. And I know this is not the most efficient, especially not this, but that's what I'm gonna do. See if this built into a hospital again. It didn't. Very good. Oh yeah, you know what's funny as fuck is that didn't we cap out at like 100? Didn't we get up to 100K? Because we became a capital. Now we're now we're just back down to a shitty city. Yeah, we were literally capital status, and now look at us. What a bunch of jokers. Just canceled the Neverwinter Nights event on the Discord. I don't know what happened to that event because I thought I had it set to once every 2 weeks. But somehow it's now set to once every week. Also, this sucks. Now we have no fucking money. This is bad. I might have made a big mistake here. We might actually fail. This might be a fail. I might not have enough money. Oh, thank God. We barely made money. Yeah, none of this shit's filling out. I guess it's filling out a little bit. You know, I'm debating putting parks all the way around this shit, because I'm not going to be building this stuff up anyways, and I think maybe the additional land value / taxes that brings in might be worth it. I don't know. Because this is going to be a multi-year long problem. Where I'm just waiting for this airport. And it should give me some, should give me a park, at least one park to put somewhere. Which might even further increase land value. I'm shocked that this windmill is not really, like, doing much. Damn, down to 35? It could be that I do need a police department. And that's like why none of this shit is really building out. But then that's gonna cost me an extra $100. But I mean, this police department here is not having a massive effect. I think we're just in a down season. I could always take a loan, which I don't think is worth it. But we might do it. You won't find loans like this every day. Should I do it? See, I don't think I'm going to be able to meet that 500 a year. Because I do this, I can get the airport. But will it be enough? Alright, fuck it. $10,000 airport. Is this shit gonna save us? Right, I have the save so I can revert back. Oh, now we can build an expo. Build an expo so the citizens can see all the technical advancements we made. Sure that some of this new technology will help to develop the surrounding industrial zones as well. Why would I... It builds industrial zones? That's what it does? Do I even want that? Fuck it. I'll just put that there then. But see, now I need to be especially careful with my funds. Because now for the next 21 years, I have to spend 500 bucks. So I really cannot build out any further than this. Although I could put industry surrounding this expo. Since theoretically it should build. Theoretically, the keyword. So I can afford this year, but will I be able to afford a down year? I don't think so. So this is a big gamble. That's why I saved right before. But it does seem like the cap that I was experiencing has been lifted, but that might just be placebo. If that expo is giving me $100, that's also a really good thing. But I'm not sure, we'll have to see. That expo is generating me an extra $100. So we're barely thriving. This fucking expo isn't doing shit also for the industry that is surrounding it, which is quite funny. But we'll see. We'll see if it does anything. Yeah, and the 52. Yeah, I don't think it was worth it. That might have just been a really good year in general, and the airport didn't really have much to do with it at all. We might be fucked. But that is the last thing that you need to, the last major expense is that airport. Bum, 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 ba-dum. This is not good. This is really not good. Yeah, this is why I didn't want to take a loan out, but I figured it was worth a shot. Outrageous. Truly outrageous. What is going on? Oh. I build the fucking airport and my population goes down. No! This is terrible. Yeah, we might be fucked. We might be fucked. I might not be able to afford this. Alright, starting to build in a little bit more, but it's not displaying that on the population. It's not really building out at all. 93 bucks. So I just lost a huge chunk of our surplus. Yeah, we might drop the police fund down. Because we only have one police station anyway, and it's nothing's moved in over there anyways. So let's see if this has any effect. So we are already struggling. We were already struggling, and now it's just worse. Yeah, sometimes you just have down years, I guess. The thing is what we have is enough to get up to 100K population. People just don't want to move in. It's bad land value. Doom diddle doo, doom diddle doo. I gotta watch out for this plane. Because what causes the plane crashes is if the helicopter hits the plane. Which is really funny. God damn, we're down to 38,000 population again, so it's over. It's so over. So I'll be resetting that save soon. And that expo isn't doing shit for the industry. 33,000. What the fuck, dude? It's outrageous. $30,000. 32,000. Yeah, we can't afford it. Oh yeah, look at this. It automatically decreased. 20% taxes. That's really gonna decrease the population. Alright, fuck this. Let's load. And that's why you don't take out loans. Yeah, we don't even have any tops anymore. Damn, our population is so fucked. It's crazy. So they're not even demanding... Like I was saying, they're not even demanding the airport anymore, and the airport was not drastically changing anything. Yeah, because for this year we hit up to 52K, so that's great. 53. Oh my god. Stupid hospitals. Alright, so things aren't so bad in Jefftown. Commerce requires an airport. Okay, now they're complaining about it again. This stupid hospital. See, it might be doable if we get a $5,000 surplus and then we build the airport, but I don't think it's really possible to just build the airport and sustain that $500 expenditure. See, this I'm debating dropping to 0, but we'll need them. Alright, so I think my plan, like I was mentioning, is to do this to increase land value. Just build a park around the whole perim to increase land value around the perim, and I think this is going to pay off. With the increased taxes. Because I basically, I have to resign myself to not being able to build. But I need to have something in place that, like, tries to maintain population. So I might do, like, 2 full perims. Right. To increase land value. God damn, though. It's hard to believe that we were once at 100K. It's very, very funny, actually. Alright. Seems like this is kind of working, though. Even though, like, this hasn't built up at all. So maybe it's all placebo, but it's 2 years where we're above 50K. That's pretty good. And this is not a total loss. It's going to give us parks. $60K. Is it just because these are filling out? Not really. 65. That's pretty good. That's really good. Alright, 747. I gotta be mindful of that number. Perfect. Alright, so whether or not this actually does anything, this is my plan, is to build 2 full perims to increase land value. Then we pump, try to get that airport. It might be that I get 5,000 in the bank, take the loan, get the airport, and then just sit on that shit. Hey, welcome back, Blademore. It's all good. You didn't miss much. I experimented with taking a loan out to get the airport, but then our population was shit with the airport anyways. So my current plan is to build a full double layer perim of parks in the hopes that it is enough to sustain a higher population. The funny thing is that I have a higher population right now than when I built the stupid airport. Yeah, it's kind of coming back. But anyway, so I reloaded the save after that shit didn't work out. But this is my operation rejuvenation. I don't know what you want to call it, but I'm just building parks along everything to increase land value, at least temporarily. Then we'll probably get 5,000 bucks. Then I probably will take the loan out and build the airport. And hopefully that $5,000 surplus is enough for us to sustain through 20 years, 21 years. City builds are usually kind of expensive since you throw parks everywhere. I mean, parks, they increase land value, so that's how you end up with a lot of tops. If you know exactly what the hell you're doing. Because there's tricks to this game where you put parks around places, they form into tops, and then you can get rid of the parks. And then they shouldn't decrease from being a top, although it is possible. But if you know everything there is to know about the game, then that doesn't happen. But I do not, so. But yeah, we're sitting at 61,000 now, which is great. So I think 2 rows of parks around the perims are really gonna pay off. But this is all temporary shit, just to sustain a higher population. Just play how you want, yeah. I'm trying to play how I want to a degree. This is actually too much, but we should be able to afford it. Population going down, no! Yo, DeForte, 28 months, man. Cheers. How are you doing? Thank you so much. You're way too kind. I'm chilling. I'm almost totally over this cold, which is good. But yeah, Bowser came in and fucked up our city, so we've been trying to recover from that ever since. Here's some remnants of Bowser's mischief. So currently I'm on a little rejuvenation project to build parks around the entire perimeter of the city to hopefully increase land value enough to serve as a bit of a buffer. But it's tough out here. Times are tough in SimCity world, yes they are. I'm debating potentially making like a striped, like if this shit does not work out, I might restart, and my strat might actually be to have like a striped pattern with the parks in between each of these sections. But maybe that's overkill. There's a couple of things that I can do that could potentially result in better outcomes. Shit sucks though now. We're down to 45K population. The highest we've gotten the 100K, but times are tough. We're in a bit of a depression. Oh, but look at this. See, we got a top going again. Down here. Industry aisle probably isn't filling out for whatever reason. Probably don't have enough residential, I guess, to support that much industry. But we're about to end the year 50K. Can't get too mad about that. Alright, so that's one parim. That's one parim. So next year we'll start the next parim, really solidify this up all the way around. And then we'll work towards getting a lot of money for the airport. I might just say fuck it and not even take the loan, because I think the loan is not worth it. It introduces way too much risk. Yeah, just a lot of waiting around. $48K. This is outrageous. All the commercial real estate, everybody just moving out, bullshit. See, especially these guys, you know, they're right by the bank, they got a fuckload of parks all around them, yet the land value is no good. Big land value right here. That's because the zoo is right there. I don't know if there's a formula, but special units like the zoo increases land value around itself. Parks increase land value. And then there's a city center component that increases land value in the city center, but the city center moves with how you build the city out. Alright, so that's as much as I can build out. What I'm trying to do is have a very high land value on the edges to kind of maintain my population, so that I can eventually build the airport, and then I can start building shit out again. But yeah, there's aspects to this game that, like, don't matter. So for example, like, pollution is really bad. Pollution and crime are really bad, but industry does not give a fuck about pollution or crime. So you can basically put nothing but industry on this, what I call industry aisle, and it won't matter at all. So the most convenient thing that you can do with this area down here is to just fill it with industry. Because it can be as polluted and crime-ridden as it wants to be, and it won't make a difference. it'll still build out. But yeah, double layer of parks should have the land value high enough on the outskirts here for us to just coast. But yeah, it could very well be that what I'm doing is just no good. And I might have to think of a different way of tackling this. But playing it on hard mode makes it much harder because freaking Bowser can just come in and fuck my day up. Well, you can see here, our population is decreasing a lot. And that's just the ebb and flow, but it's decreasing less than it was before. I think part of that is because I built all these parks to kind of shore up the land value along the edges. Sometimes you just have a down year, what can I say? Everybody's moving out to go to Florida. See, this is a really shit year, so I'm probably not gonna make any money. But that's why I'm keeping my money at about what I need to sustain for a year's worth of expenditures. So even when you have a shit year like this, it's not so bad. It's still bad, but it's not the worst thing ever. So you see city expenditures 747. So we still made a little bit of money. So now, start filling out these parks again. And then I stop at around 747. Boom. Then we do it again. And then once we have this buffer zone of land value, then we can keep it trucking. I'm curious about this shit. I guess it's all the same, eh? Let's see, sometimes you just have a bad year, and then it'll go back up. See, the scary part is, what I always got to be prepared for, is that a natural disaster could could happen at any point in time. A natural disaster could happen at any point in time. So I gotta be incredibly mindful about that. Risk mitigation, yeah, exactly. Because the funny thing is, I was working up towards the airport, and I think I had like 4,000 bucks, and then fucking Bowser came stomping through town, fucked up so much shit. And I would argue that we only just now recovered, but this is after, like, that shit was like 30 years ago in the game. See, this sucks. Our population was like tiptoeing around 60K, but now it's gonna be down to like 50K. Although now I'm talking shit, so it might be down until like 45 by the end of December if I'm unlucky. But it only matters what it is at the end of the year. Alright, here we go. I was talking shit. 48. It's not the worst, but it's not that great either. Large park. Why don't you build a big park so that kids have a place to play? It will also make your city a more comfortable place to live for residents. Yeah, where do I want to put that large park? Probably right here. Woo! I don't think that this generates money. But we'll see. It definitely increases land value. As you can see, this is already going up. So we probably just need one more year of Operation Parks. I might bring the rail all the way down here. Commerce requires an airport. I might bring the rail all the way down here and build resi, and then fully max out this part. I don't know. I need to build like a very strong base so that I can work towards this airport without getting completely fucked over. So, always choices. And I wonder if building out more resis will allow the industry to, like, really fill in the way that I need it to. Commerce requires an airport. Commerce requires an airport. Commerce requires an airport. I get it. Yeah, you can see there's a fire over here. From the bowels, the big bowels. Technically, I don't need this power line anymore, so I could get rid of that. But, I don't know, I like to remember my roots of getting booty blasted by Bowser. Yeah. Let's build additional pylons, indeed. Alright, fuck it, I'm just gonna finish this out. Fuck it! And I might say fuck it for this part too. So that should really shore this up. So the land value is going to be insane in that little area. Then I'll bring the rail down here, resi. And then maybe we'll finally work towards that airport. Oh god, the thing that's gonna be really shit is if it says brownouts. And we'll be like, fuck. Which it probably will, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. Probably will complain about brownouts. See, this police department is barely doing anything. And to be honest, neither are these parks. These parks are barely doing anything. Because this commercial area still fucking sucks. Yeah, I don't know. I'm starting to think that this was a mistake, too. To have this line of industry across the top here. But it's almost never a mistake to have more industry when everything is said and done. Commerce requires an airport. Commerce requires an airport. Doom diddly doom. Oh my gosh, of course it builds a hospital. What a waste. Alright, I gotta take a look at Wiz. I'll be right back. And of course it rebuilt. Of course it rebuilt the hospital. So funny. So we're down to 49. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about all this. I always have this problem though. I always think like, maybe I should reset and try a different layout. But I feel like the edges should be industry because they're pollution and da-da-da-da-da. So like it usually works out such that you know, if you put stuff on the edge anyways, it doesn't necessarily grow, whereas the industry will. I don't know, I feel shitty about this setup now. Because I'm having flashbacks to other times where I've done attempts at this and not on hard mode. And kind of what ends up happening is like as the city center shifts, you don't really have anything to like maintain. You don't have anything to maintain land value, so you like end up with the fucking slums, basically. And that's why I'm thinking I might want to stripe the parks. I might want to stripe the parks in. Because what ends up happening anyway, no matter how I set this up, I know that when I get over to here, it's not really going to line up the way that one might expect. I might do it. I might do it. Is this all just an excuse for me to continue to play SimCity? I might do it, because it's, especially early on, it's gonna, like, the numbers are gonna be pumped. The numbers are gonna be pumped a lot higher. Because this run is already kind of cursed, because I've like learned, I've made mistakes. Fuck it. Alright, but I gotta see... I don't know, it just wasn't satisfying. But I gotta see exactly how I want to structure this. Whoops. I didn't mean to clear the whole thing. Alright. I'm just setting it to easy so I can really figure out the setup here. Alright, so this right here is the line. This right here is the line. So I go all the way up to the top. Right, that is the line. More taxes, less roads, and more industry. Well, that's the other thing. I'm curious. Oh yeah, I need to make the game speed fast. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so I'm putting a 5 road down. That's the other thing I'm curious about is like, can I save money by using roads on the industry? Because the industry does not give a fuck about the pollution, and I feel like maybe using the rails near the industry is fucking me over. Right, but if I do that, so that lines up like that. And then we go like this. Pretend that there's a rail in the center there. Right, so this is not rail, but like just pretend that that's rail. And then like on the other side I would do the same. But this wouldn't be residential, this would be commercial. Like a 4-unit commercial, and then resi all the way down, and then commercial as a buffer. Double commercial. And I think that's gonna pay off. Right, so something like that. But then what I need to see is that down here does this line up perfectly? It does, but it lines up too perfectly. So I can't necessarily do it like that. So the city expenditures is only 3? No shot. So the rail really is that expensive, eh? Alright, let's see. So if I have 5 rail, and now I bulldoze all of that. So now the city expenditures should just be that rail. Right, and I need rail going up each of these. But because it's all commercial all the time, then I actually only need, that's all you need to make these commercials connect. And then because I'm doing that, then I can fill this in like this. And then that gives me a little bit of a buffer against the pollution of the industry. So I have 6 rows of industry leading all the way up to here, which is still quite a bit. But is it enough? So yeah, at this point though, I don't know if I have too little commercial. But every time I fucking played this before, like commercial like never wants to fucking build anyways towards the end. So but I'm curious if this will work out. Right? So like this is a completely different strategy than what I was doing before. I'm seeing how this is gonna line up now. Right, so like how much industry do I want over here? Right, because we're gonna want big industry along this area. So let's see how that might look. Alright, so I definitely need to blow this. So we could get 3 industry plus an extra one over here. I should just get rid of this because it's actually gonna be more looking like this. Right, and so there's a space there. So that's 5 industry. And then let me actually put in the parks so that I know. So park there, park there, park there, park there, park there. So I need to see where this would end. Okay, so it would actually end here. So I actually need 6 industry. Right, and this is not rail, but just pretend it is. Right, so then that's going to be rail, and then I'm going to have a park buffer. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 industry. The real tricky part, yeah, so city expenditures is 12. So yeah, I really shouldn't be having rail where the industries are, because they cost so much more to maintain, and we don't need to worry about that near industry. So I can have 6 industries, 6 rows of industry, full industry here, probably industry here, right? Actually the seaport could fit in over here as well. It doesn't really matter if I put it here or I put it here. Right, and full industry out here, and then how many so it's 6 and 6. Okay, so that's actually not too difficult to really wrap my head around. It's really not too difficult to wrap my head around. Right, so right here, that is gonna be that first commercial line. I think this is going to be better, and I think it's going to be more resilient. Let's do it again. Bum, bum, bum. Pick hard mode, of course. Alright, so we get our coal power. And then I gotta line this up. Bring it all the way up. Alright, so we put that there. Put that there. Oh, fuck! I already fucked it up. I already fucked it up because I need a commercial there. I want commercial along the edges, but that is also where I'm starting my residential. Oops. Alright, this is correct. So we build commercial there. And I want 2 commercial. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. Right, and then we can connect these up. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. Alright, something like this would be great. Pollution very high. I haven't even done anything yet. See, now here's the tricky part, is that I want to start the industry all the way down here. But this is very expensive to drag a line all the way down here. But it's not as bad as something else could be. And then this would be bloop, bloop, bloop. So really... Like, I'm not gonna worry too much about the little stuff. As far as like fixing up this as we go along, because the expense on that is not that much. Alright, and then we can do this. And then this is all commercial. Alright, so it looks ugly as shit, but I think it's gonna work out. Wait a minute. Oh, fuck. I think I ruined my plans already. Because when I was building this out, I was... God damn it. Alright, let me think about this some more. Alright, so I did 6 going like this. Right, and then this was build here, build here. This is this. So rail like that, rail like that. Right, but what this ends up looking like, it has to look like this. Whoops, fuck. So see, what I was doing before there was a little wrong. But yeah, so it ends up looking like this, and then you just have road in there like that. And that's going to be significantly cheaper. Alright, so I have to build it like this. This is good all the way up. Not like that, but... Not like that, but it is good all the way up. Alright, and while I'm at it, let me test over here, because I said 6 was good. But what's the lowest that I could go with a 6? Right, so if I start down here like this, yeah, so then I can't build there. But can I eventually get the 6 over, and I can. And so this is actually pretty efficient. Yeah, so that actually works. That actually works as well. There's this little piece that doesn't quite fit, but that's kind of okay. Because if I try to... If I try to get it in like that, right, then I can't do this part. So I end up wasting more. I end up wasting more land than just having that piece kind of out there, like whatever. Alright, so the last thing that I need to figure out is how to do the stadium, the airport, and the seaport, right? So the stadium would go there. The airport would go here, and then I have no money to test out the, Alright. Let's do it again. What? That's wrong. Oh, you know what? It's on the wrong... I forget what it is, but that's like the B-sides or whatever. That's kind of funny. I forget how you're supposed to do that. Alright, so this is the last thing I need to check. Whoops, not seaport. So, stadium fits right there. The airport fits right there. And then the seaport fits there. But then... Okay, I can get one industry on here. So this is not a great use of this land, but this land's always kind of a pain in the ass. This land's always kind of a pain in the ass. I do wonder if it's possible for me to fit that seaport in slightly differently. Probably not. Alright, fine. Let's do this one more again. Alright, so I build that. Go down here. Get this lined up. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Alright, so that should be perfect. Build a power cable to it. This is a waste of money, but it's purposeful. It's a purposeful waste of money. Right, okay, so then we have this. Go all the way up. Right? And then... not here, but 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Boom, we have our residential. And... this is kind of shitty. Because I'll have to change this up, but I shouldn't be too concerned. Right, something like that. Do 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 do. That's so 400. Alright, and then we'll let this sit. More industrial zones needed. Alright, we'll let this sit, collect our taxes, which is not going to be a lot. Yeah, Gnose, I totally agree. It's a shame that you don't get the village song for too long. Yeah, that's secretly why I reset. Just kidding, of course. But I think this is going to be better because we're incorporating these stripes of parks. So hopefully we're going to end up with less shitty residential. Like, even if it is shitty, it will still be maybe a mid. Because that's always an issue as the game goes on and your city center, you know, like, stuff away from the city center just gets shittier and shittier. Uh-oh. Well, that's not good. So we actually lost money. We lost $5. Uh-oh. Also, I just realized something. Damn, so this might not even be a possibility either. just because of the extremely slow start. Alright, that commercial is building good. Yeah, we might have too much residential off the rip. Or too much commercial off the rip, I meant to say. Since that commercial won't build. Wonder how this sounds sped up 100, 150% with some added reverb. Yeah, what the hell? This is not good. This is not good. Because we're not gonna be making, not gonna be making enough money off the bat. So I might have to do this a bit differently. Like, I think I might be starting out with too much commercial. $10? Fuck. Alright, one more reset. One more reset. Alright. So I think a big issue was that we didn't have enough industry, I don't think. Oh shit, I almost did rail. That would have been a fucking disaster. Alright, so we need that. And then so we need all of that. And then commercial. Line this up. Right? And then I want to go over 1, 2, 3, 4. Fuck, is that right? Let me double check. If I go from here, so the rail line would be this. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Is that right? 1, 2, 3, 4. I think that's right. Funny thing is we already have 640 population and I haven't even put anything down. This is right for this spot. So what if I just don't put the rail down? And so I do that. I feel like I have to have that just to know that my shit is not fucked. And it might very well be that I actually don't need valid destinations right away, so I can save money on taxes. It could very well be that I don't need it right away. Right? It might be... because it's going to build, it's just not going to build to its potential. Right, but I do want the industry to build to its potential. But by having this land value buffered by the parks, that's going to be beneficial. Alright, so this is where the rail should be, so let me just make sure that this lines up the way I expect it to, and it does. Yeah, see, this is already doing a lot better. People yearn for sushi and boba tea. And arcades. Yeah, look at that. Maybe that's the strat early on. Because each road is only $1. But the rails add up. Lactose intolerant, if you want boba tea, you demand dairy substitutes. Is boba tea always with dairy? See, and now we don't get to listen to the beautiful music. Boba tea is usually just milk tea with tapioca balls thrown in. Where would you like to build your own house? Do you want to live near the residents of your city? Or do you want to build your house in a secluded area away from the congestion? Alright, so if I put my house here, I think that would be a good spot. It's not gonna be connected to power, but I don't even think that matters right away, actually, which is funny. Like, it just existing, I wonder if it provides land value. Alright, so eventually I need to get some roads going. Right, but this is tough. This is tough. Oh yeah, shit. You know what I haven't done? Increase the game speed to maximum. And then once we have more people, that's when I can afford to put the rail in. Which is not right now. Fire always decrease that shit down to nothing. We don't need that. See, so I guess it's not increasing land value if it's not hooked up. I don't even think I can make it over. I mean, obviously I could just connect it right here. So we'll do that temporarily. What a disaster. But yeah, I think doing this shit with the parks, building slower, like we're gonna have more high value for the cost of putting the parks in. I think it works out. I think it works out. let's see, I do definitely need... I definitely need the rail. This sucks. To get that rail going. Because I don't want to put down roads. I don't want to put down roads and then later they start bitching about this shit. Because there's pretty much no reason to build roads when we're just gonna have to build rail later. But the reason why this shit is not gonna build is because it has no valid destination. So I think if I do this, at the bare minimum, if I do this, these have a valid destination to themselves, and it's gonna maintain their build. And that should be worth the money. I like how that train it bring. Yeah, see, just by having that there, that's built these out, which is good. But it gets trickier with the residential, right? Because I need to extend that all the way down so that these all have valid destinations, and that just costs money. So I think my next goal is to get residential here and here, next to my house. So I had three roads was $3. 2 rail is $5. Or so it seems. So even though these residentials fucking suck, they at least still build up to something. And they're not going to unbuild to nothing. Whereas the commercials can? Oh god. Oh god. It's happening. This is not good. It's so funny too, because it's like I know what I have to do, but at the same time, because I want to extend out all of this space, right, so that I'm free to build this shit out without worry about it like not aligning right after I need to like build more power plants. We start getting brownouts and whatnot. Because I have to worry about that, right? I gotta spend a lot of money to build out these power lines. Not too much, but enough. It adds up. It's just tricky. So we'll build that. Again, no rail line to it. But it should still build out. Because the land value should be high around here. Apparently not. Apparently the land value is really high over here. It's funny that it's considering this as part of the city center, I guess. But overall, even though I think this is going to be maybe even a slower start than before, I think that this strategy is going to be a lot more resilient to those down years that we were experiencing, where we would you know, dip into like the 30K, even though the city was really, it was possible for it to hit 100K. I mean, we did hit 100K. So I think we do this. I think we get, so this is 5 resis, so I think we get 4 more resis. See what the population total can be with just that. And then start building this other shit out. And this. And this. You know, this is gonna turn into commercial on this side, and again with a row of I guess I should put this in just as a reminder. It's gonna be a row of park. And once we're able to start affording the rail, then I think shit is gonna start popping off. technically, what is this? Oh, these are up. These are all uppers. That's good. See, expenditures, $8, 124, boom. We can put down another resi. That should fill out. Very nice. 3K, new record, 3-2. Yeah, and it being next to my house means that it's gonna build out well. Oh, look at this. Holy shit. That's gonna be short-lived, though. That's gonna be short-lived. Because it doesn't have a valid destination. Yeah. Yeah, this shit does not have a valid destination. Also, now it's getting bugged with power for whatever reason. Short-lived pop-off, but we're gonna be making more money this year. Yeah, maybe not. It's gonna go down. But see, that's the problem, is that this wants to build, but it has no valid destination. These want to build higher, but because they have no valid destination, they cannot build higher. So maybe I should listen to what my buildings are saying and use next year's money to complete the rail down so that this at least solidifies itself. Same thing here. These are going to be short-lived. They have no valid destination, so they can't sustain themselves. Alright, so if I do this, it's gonna cost me probably $750. So I can afford this. This now has a valid destination. So this should build and then it should stay. Eventually. But see, all this other shit is struggling. It's possible I just fucked myself over, actually, now that I think about it. It really depends on if this builds, if this sustains, and if our population brings in that tax revenue. Because it costs $60 to do this. So that's $750, but I already had the $8 that I had to pay, so I might be cutting it close. I'm also surprised that this is not building, even though it has a valid destination. Because this cannot sustain itself. This is gonna fall. Yep, there it goes. But 3360 should be enough. Very nice. It's very nice. I'm gonna save. And then we're gonna build that. So now this has a valid destination, and we just keep it going. Keep it going down and down and down. Alright, so now that this built up, this should stay up because it can sustain itself. And it has valid destinations. Although technically maybe it doesn't have a valid destination because it does. I'm not going all the way down. So maybe that's something that I need to consider doing, is building this all the way down. So I can have... Nah, okay. It's sustaining itself. Into an upper. Hey, what up, Mexi? Hope you've been well. $1,000. Yeah, I might build this all the way down, to be honest. Which is gonna take a long time. $97. See, but each point that I do this, I feel like it does get... It gets riskier. Potentially. Because I'm just increasing the tax. Or not the tax, but the city expenditure. See, and these are not going to have valid destinations for a very long time. See, they're complaining about industry, but they're not even building this out. So give me a break. Although I might build this out in such a way that I'm taking full advantage of each of these roads. Because I don't have to pay any additional tax down here to just build industry, you know? That would be really good if I could maintain these, though, these highs. Because they're not, like I said, they can't sustain themselves. So I might do that, let another year go by. It's a slow build, that's for damn sure. But see, now this high, this should remain a high, and then this bottom one will not. Cannot sustain itself because it has no valid destination. There it goes. Although we're getting fucked over by the power for whatever reason. Damn, we got screwed hard just now on the population. That's really good. Yeah, so I think I build more rail, get this all connected up. That way that thing has a valid destination and can sustain itself. Yada yada yada. Alright. So this shit should sustain itself, so these two highs should remain highs. And now I think I need to take advantage of what I've already placed rail-wise. Because it wouldn't make sense to develop this, because then you know, it's the same problem that these have over here, which is that they have no valid destination. So like anything that I build that doesn't have a valid destination, this is short-lived, this is not real. Anything that I build that doesn't have a valid destination is not going to sustain itself. And so having this rail be empty means that you know, this is an expenditure that's not being fully utilized. Shockingly, everybody's gonna pile into here, and then these drop down. So I don't like that. Ah, what the fuck? I think that's just because the population itself is struggling a bit. Alright. So $44 is our current yearly expenditure. So now I can't do anything, I just have to wait it out. I have to wait it out for the next year. And we're gonna put commercial. Hey, what up, Ted? Dum, dum, dum. I reset my previous attempt at doing 600k on hard. So I feel like what I was doing just was not sustainable without having some parks. Although now I'm seeing that maybe the parks aren't really that much of the problem. And who knows? I don't know. It might be too difficult to do it on hard just because of the disasters. Because fucking Bowser destroyed one of my you know, income generating special buildings, and that shit sucked. That shit really sucked. We might not be able to sustain, because we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 resis. So I kind of feel like I can sustain one more commercial, and then I gotta build a resi here, and then try to build commercial here. and then start connecting everything up so that these have valid destinations. See, I think it's too risky to build. It's too risky to build. So we might give it another year. Probably when I get the bank, I'll probably put it right here. Our population is fucked. Yeah, this is very bad. See, it's a good thing I didn't build. $174. So I'm gonna put a residential there. Then we'll build a commercial here. And then we'll try to start getting valid destinations down to here. Then we might build some more industry. See, this wants to build to an upper, but it just can't. It just can't. I'm gonna save here just in case. Okay, never mind. My plan here. Fuck. Okay, well that sucked. Damn. So it must have cost me some money to clear a bush that I didn't see. I kind of forget about that sometimes, is that when you put something on top of like trees like this, you have to count the money that it costs to bulldoze that tree. So even though I could put that down, I didn't have the 20 bucks total to connect the rail, so that actually kind of sucks. So hopefully we don't end the year with not enough revenue, but it's looking okay. Look at that. Got ourselves a top. That's not gonna last forever, for sure. And there it goes. We got a good population going into October. Alright, so this valid destination at this point. So this shit should build. Should. I'm gonna say fuck it and have two of them with a valid destination. But it ain't working. $6,000 going into October. I like that. Alright, this actually did build, so that's nice. Oh, fuck! Oh, that's bad. Bad math. That's very bad. We'll get it next year, but that basically added $14 to my expenditure for nothing because it has no valid destination. Actually, you know what's funny? The mayor's house might count as a valid destination. So maybe this isn't so bad. I mean, it is staying, so that might actually be the case. And it's even building up higher. Okay. So, kind of worked out. No, that's not what I meant to happen. Population going down. Not good. I wonder if that's just because of the industry. Yeah, maybe. Alright, so finish that off. Then we'll sit on this. Build some industry next year, maybe 2. Our commercial is fucked up, unfortunately. Not good on the population. Not good. See, RCI is worthless. It's complaining about industry, but as we can see, industry is not pumping anyways. It's probably the worst year we've had. Sitting here quietly, scheming at my next move. $103. Not enough. Not enough to do anything yet. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. This is gonna be a bad year. Bad year. I probably could play a second game in parallel. That would be funny. Oh, shit. So if I put this down... Right, it has no valid destination. I can't build to it to have a valid destination. But I think it will still add to my population enough to make it worth it to have done this. But let's find out. Can very well fuck me over. Yeah, I could probably read a book while playing. At least we're not getting screwed over with schools and hospitals early on. This sucks. What the fuck? Another down year. Alright, so that's connected. That should build. It's kind of fucked up that this fucked up, but whatever. And my plan is to have commercial up here. Oh shit. Well, there's some kind of storm a brewing where I'm at, so that's not good. So I think that's the end of this stream. Anyways, typical Florida shit. I didn't think there was gonna be a storm today, but peace out, everybody. Thanks for dropping by. I'll probably be back at it again tomorrow evening and keep this shit rolling. But anyways, bye-bye.